Here.
Mrs. Gray,
Here.
Mr. Bauer,
Here.
Mrs. Stouterberger,
Here.
and Ms. Kirschner.
Here. Okay, Madam Vice President, do you mind reviewing the belief statement and board members, please?
Absolutely, sir. We believe that all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. Our board norms are as follows. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to one, support the mission and vision of the district, two, be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings, three, respect one another as elected representatives of the community, be open minded and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. Four, allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. Five, stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. Six, maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And seven, after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice, no matter the outcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. On to item B, agenda approval, adoption of the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have Ms. Gray as first and Ms. Stouterberger as second. All right, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner? Aye. Mrs. Stouterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, on to public participation. And I'm going to read something real quick here. All meetings of the board and board appointed committees are open to the public. In order for the Board of Education to fulfill its obligation to complete the planned agenda in an effective and efficient fashion, a maximum of 30 minutes of public participation may be permitted at each regular Board of Education meeting. Each person addressing the Board of Education shall give his or her name, address, phone number, organization represented, and pertinent background information. If several people wish to speak, each person is allotted 3 minutes until the total time of 30 minutes is used. During that period, no person may speak twice until all who desire to speak have had the opportunity to do so. Persons desiring more time should submit their requests in public in writing to the Board of Education office or email public.comment@gocruisers.org 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. The period of public participation may be extended by a majority vote of the board members present and voting. Please remember that by law prohibits discussion of specific employees or their job performance at a public meeting. State law does allow for discussions by board members regarding employees in executive sessions of the board. So we have two tonight. First up is Betty Simcox.
Do you need to give my name and everything again? Yeah. Do I have to tell you my name and everything? Yeah. Okay. I'm not giving out my phone number. My name's Betty Simcox. I live at 4452 Owen Field Drive, Groveport, Ohio. I'm just coming before the board because, again, the board is considering a contract prematurely. You currently have the treasurer under a contract that does not expire
Betty,
until
sorry to interrupt. Real quick, you can say administrator, but not treasurer.
administrator. Okay. What it's got in the agenda. So that's the contract you guys are looking at tonight. I'm just repeating what's in the agenda. His contract is not up for renewal until a year from this August. So it's premature. And then to offer an additional contract beyond that, in addition to looking at this contract, is just premature. There's no need to amend his contract that he currently has. And I'm concerned with some of the numbers in there. Specifically, I'm concerned with the fact that, um, well, possibly you may want to renew that, amend that contract when it comes up for renewal. And also the annuity. I've asked this body before, but I'm not sure how you do your annuities. Is it at face value that you're giving, or is it at a future value that you're giving? Because if it's at face value, by the end of this new contract, you will be adding an additional $40,000 to your expense. That's all.
All right, thank you. And on to Ms. Jane Decker, please.
Jane Decker, 3808 Laguna Drive, resident. I would just like to express my concern on giving the administrator a salary increase at this time. I'm not saying they do or don't deserve this increase. However, I do think the timing of the increase is not good. The district is trying again to pass the bond levy, and then though I know that funds for salary and funds for bond levies are two different entities, the community sees raise and believes, wow, they have money for salary increases, so they should be just using that money to build buildings. I believe that if this increase is given, the board has pretty well doomed any chance of the bond levy passing. I'm asking you to please reconsider the timing of this increase. P.S. I have difficulty understanding how you can hold a building responsible for a $500 clogged plumbing when there are no cameras or no hired adult to constantly monitor bathrooms. Teachers are in buildings to teach students, not to police them. Surely you don't expect a teacher to know which of the 30 children went into the bathroom with a sweatshirt on and didn't come out with one. This is a cost of running a school, and buildings budgets should not be penalized because some student made a bad choice. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you so much. On to item E, recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. President. The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison School Board adopt a resolution recognizing February 2025 as Black History Month.
So moved.
Second.
On to roll call, please.
Do
Oh,
you,
sorry.
Do you want me
Yep,
to read the
yep,
resolution?
I
I'm
apologize.
sorry. I was making notes. The resolution, whereas Black History Month or African American History Month is celebrated in the United States from February 1st through March 1st, Black History Month has been celebrated in the United States since 1926, when Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week. Whereas Black History Month is celebrated every February and as homage to the achievements of African Americans who have shaped American history, from Buffalo Soldiers to the first Black president and Vice President of the United States of America. Whereas the Association of the Study of African American Life chose the second week in February in 1926 to celebrate. This week was symbolic in that it was the same week of the birthdays of former President Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, an escaped slave and prominent abolitionist movement activist. Black History Month provides an opportunity to highlight the unique contributions of the African American community that have too often been overlooked. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Groveport Madison School District Board of Education observes and honors Black History Month and encourages educators, students, and families to learn about the heritage and achievements of African Americans. Since I still have the mic just for a second, I'd also like to state that our Black History Month celebration at the high school is February 20th from 4 to 8:30. A big night with a lot of activities, so great way to have our kids showcased and um, learn about a culture.
Thank you. All right, now on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner? Aye. Mrs. Delderberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 2 is transportation presentation, and we have Teresa Ritchie and now I just drew a blank at her name. Heather Free from the Ohio Department of Education, talking about our payment in lieu process. So, Mrs. Ritchie, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm here today. I want to talk to you about the process that we go through in order to determine if a child is getting transportation in a yellow bus or if they are getting payment in lieu. Um, Per the ORC 332716, non-pub and charter schools are required to provide our district with a school calendar no later than April 1st for the upcoming school year. Here at Groveport, we do something that's a little unusual than everybody else. No later than the end of February, we send out a letter that you'll see in the presentation to all known non public, or I'm sorry, charter and non public schools, 49 of them last year. We additionally asked for known students that will be returning or enrolling for the upcoming school year. Out of those 49, 15 did not return any calendar to us. Oh, this thing's sensitive. When we send that letter out, we also ask that the students that are enrolling in school that need transportation request transportation from us. That's how we know that they exist. The request for transportation is submitted to the district for consideration of transportation services to any approved non-charter, non-public charter school for kids K through 12 by a parent or legal guardian that live within the Madison Township or Madison School District. Approved schools are those that have an IRN number that are approved through the Department of Education. We provide a form that's also attached to this that you'll see for non-pub and charter schools to request transportation from our department. We send that form with them to give to their enrolling students so that all of the parents are aware of what they need to do in the process. We ask for proof of residency from homeowners. We ask for a mortgage statement or a deed. We also ask for a current utility bill. From renters, we ask for all pages of the lease agreement signed by both the tenant and the landlord and a current utility bill. Last year, we had over 100 students apply for transportation from a non-pub charter school that did not live in the Groveport catchment area. So we would have been transporting them had we not asked for that proof of residency. How payment in lieu is determined. The history of the attendance data. How many kids went to that school last year? How many enrolled? Current student enrollment. Basically, again, how many kids were we taking this year that needed transportation? Their bell schedules. How does that fit in with our bell schedules and other schools that, like, imagine Groveport where we have 300 kids? How does that all fit in together? Where is the school located? Can we pair this school up with another charter school and get them to school based on their bell times? The number of students to be transported, the time and distance required to provide that transportation, the cost of transporting in terms of equipment, maintenance, personnel, and administration, whether there is similar transportation that we're providing. So in the event that we stopped transporting high school kids, we would not transport high school non-pub and charter school kids because we wouldn't be required to. Whether and to what extent the additional services disrupts our current transportation schedule, and whether other reimbursement types of transportation are available, like CODA bus passes, which we do not do in this district. In practicality resolutions, the school board can declare transportation impracticable after considering these factors. The resolution must list each affected student and their reason for impracticality. It must be finalized 30 days before the school year starts, or within 14 days of that child enrolling in that school and us becoming aware of it. The superintendent may make the decision, which is then formalized at the next board meeting. So some of the reason why you're seeing more payment in lieu at every board meeting is because the law has recently changed. We used to do it at the beginning of the school year and then at the end of the school year, but now we only have 14 days once the student enrolls for Mr. Grube to approve, and then it immediately has to go on to the next board meeting. So that's why it seems like there's a lot more payment in lieu, but there technically really isn't. Reporting. The determination is reported to the Department of Education and Workforce, which is Miss Free here. We copy her on all communications with any non-pub and charter schools. As you guys all know, we were in non-compliance when I got here in October. By within 30 days, we were no longer being fined for being out of compliance for not transporting non-pub and charter schools, and Heather helped very much with getting us in compliance. A letter detailing the reason must be sent to the parent and guardian, the student's school, and the Department of Education, which we do. After declaring the transportation impractical, the board offers payment in lieu of services. Parents are informed of the resolution and their options to accept or decline, or request mediation. Parents receive a form to accept or reject the payment offer. Payment amount. If accepted, payment is 50% to 100% of the state determined average transportation cost and may be prorated for partial years. So if a kid enrolls in the middle of the year, they wouldn't necessarily get the full, it would be prorated. We currently pay 100%, which is $1,167.72 to students that are receiving payment in lieu. I've also attached in the presentation the letter that we send to any parent when we're offering payment in lieu, and I've circled at the bottom where you can see that they do get instructions on how to decline. To date, we have sent, well, it's going to be 69 now because there's one on the board agenda tonight. 69 parents were offered payment in lieu, and as of today, 47 have signed and accepted payment in lieu. We have had 0 parents decline and ask for mediation. To compare with other districts around us, I've reached out to them for some of their numbers of payment in lieu. Pickerington has over 300 students that they pay payment in lieu to. Canal has 60 students that they pay payment in lieu to. Reynoldsburg has 56 students that they pay payment in lieu to, and Gahanna has 206. Those were just some of the districts that I could think of around us. Our ridership for this school year, our public students, we have at the time of this presentation 6,440 enrolled students. According to the T1 report, 3,776 actual Groveport enrolled students utilize transportation services, so that's 59%. Charter and non-pub, we had 647 request transportation services, 401 that actually use the service that we're providing to them, which is 62% using the services. So by percentage, we are definitely transporting our enrolled students out of our buildings more, less than we are transporting non-pub and charter students. The reason why we don't do the students that are 2 or 3 students this school is because having full buses makes more sense. The cost of transporting 1 student on a bus is approximately $1,211 per school year. That's according to our T2 report. In comparisons, employing a contracted bus driver cost is $28,512, and that's what, not counting their benefit packages or anything like that. That's just their salary. To actually transport a single student. This highlights the significant financial advantages of maximizing bus capacity. For example, transporting 50 students at a per student cost of $1,211 totals $60,550, which is far more efficient use of resources than incurring the $28,512 cost to transport a single student with a dedicated driver. Therefore, it is more impactful and cost efficient to ensure buses operate at higher capacities. In order to transport the students that we have receiving payment in lieu right now, the district would need to hire 24 more drivers, and we'd also need to purchase 24 additional buses. And I have a feeling somebody's going to tell me no on that one. And that's just the 22 students who attend. I'm sorry, that's just to transport the students who receive payment in lieu.
This is more of a statement than a question. I know you're asking for questions, but I've said this a number of times, and I'm looking for you to confirm. We start with the concept that we're going to transport every student,
That is correct.
and we only get to payment in lieu after we go through those steps,
That is
which
correct.
make it impractical. And if we deem it impractical, then that's where the payment in lieu recommendation comes. So we don't just automatically say something's impractical, or we start with we're going to transport every student unless it doesn't meet the criteria.
Correct. So planning routes takes quite a bit of time. We usually start that in June. When I'm sorry, it's it's probably May. We start it very early, and it's very hard if I don't have, like I said, I have the 15 charter non-pub schools who didn't even give us a calendar. We have no idea how many kids they have. We have no idea what their calendar is. And even though the ORC says that they have to do that, there is no punishment for them. There's no fine for them. There's nothing that happens to them if they do not send us their calendars. So of those 15 schools, I can give you a perfect example. Bishop Hartley was one school that they actually have 33 kids enrolled at Bishop Hartley. 7 students have applied for transportation, but we never got their district calendar or anything, and we didn't get those. We got 4 of the students before summer started, and we got the additional students partway through the year. So they have to do something to help us, to help them. And we have Harambe is the same way. We have a few students that we know about in the beginning, but then they add more students throughout the year, and then it's hard to fit their busing into our schedule. And that's where the cost comes in of buying a new bus, hiring another driver, and then the schedule conflict.
I do have a question for
Okay.
Miss. What's your last name again? I'm sorry.
Free.
Miss Free.
Yeah.
So where you said with the Department of Education and Workforce, and kind of hearing what Miss Ritchie just kind of explained, the challenges working with the school districts, has your office or leadership kind of shared that with the General Assembly and some of the challenges we're having, and it's that it's not that public education or school districts don't want to comply. It's just kind of hard. We want to support all of our students, whether you choose. That's why we're a school choice, right? That's our state. Have you guys rolled up reports through DEW for this?
We have, and that's why I was cautioning. I'm sorry. I was cautioning Teresa. I said, you're going to do your presentation today. The biennium budget could change payment in lieu as we know it today. I know our director is looking at it very, very closely. We had a lot of districts that had to go resort to this year because they don't have the staff or they don't have the vehicles. So we are the mouthpiece. We can only hope that they will take what we give them information wise and that they will make some sort of change.
I had one follow-up question before I yield back. My other question was when you have the role up there, but you also, is there like a case manager? Is there like a you for certain parts of the state? So do you handle what part of it? Like you're our person, right? But how many other schools do you service?
We service 612 districts. There are 2 of us and our director. So that is it. We would love to have another 10 people because I can be here today. I might be in Cleveland tomorrow. So and I'm located over in the Dayton area. So
Well, thank you
I'm-
for coming to Groveport tonight.
absolutely. I'm
Thank
glad
you
to
so
be
much.
here.
I appreciate it.
I had a question on the 68 letters of the payment in lieu was offered, and you said only 47 have accepted it. What happens with those that don't? They just don't get. If they didn't follow up, they
If
just
they
don't get
didn't,
payment.
if they didn't accept payment in lieu and they didn't decline it, we have no way of paying them. They have to accept the actual payment in lieu. And some of that number will go up a little bit because parents have kind of forgot about that letter, and then kind of like in the middle of the year they're going to be like, oh, I didn't sign that letter, and send it back, and then they'll sign real quick and we'll be submitting them. But we try to keep record of what we have put out so that we can budget for that.
Okay.
Is
thank
there an
you.
expiration for that? Like if they don't sign the letter, I didn't see that in the end of the law when I looked.
There is not, and I'll make sure I confirm with Heather that there is not. But I
So it
push
doesn't
really
expire
hard.
at the end of the school year or anything like if you
Yeah,
don't.
I let parents know, like, it's been a whole year. Like, can the school verify your attendance for last year? Did you move in the middle of the year? It makes it very hard for us to do anything after.
Thank you for that.
And I just wanted to confirm that we are in compliance, and
you are in compliance.
we are
yes.
in compliance.
And if we
I
weren't, you would
oversee
tell
our
us, right?
compliance folks, and we've not received the first complaint against Groveport this year. So very, very well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we were, you would let us know, correct?
What was our issue in October with compliance?
We were not transporting several non-pub charter schools. We weren't providing them payment in lieu. We weren't providing them transportation. And we are required to by law.
That wasn't this year, though.
No, that
in
was not in
23
October of
or
this year. This
22?
was 3 years ago when I got
Oh,
here in
thank you.
October.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I just heard October. I didn't
We
hear a year,
we
so I
haven't been
assumed
in
it was less.
non-compliance since I got here.
Yeah.
Yes,
I did, yeah.
I'm going to take that pat on the shoulder
Yeah.
every time. Thank you.
I heard October. So. Okay.
Any other questions?
Is there ever any discussion at the state level of cooperating between districts? Because if you're transporting, like you said, maybe a Bishop Hartley, there's a lot of school districts driving through other school districts to take to these schools. Is there ever any
We do that.
talk of coordinating?
Yeah, we've talked with Canal a lot about some schools that we transport to. We send 2 buses out to the career center. We've talked about even sharing a bus with them, but right now everybody is loaded to capacity.
Okay.
So it's not just about like it's not just about being able to coincide with somebody. It's about, do they have enough space on their buses? So
Sure.
makes it,
Great. Thank you.
Well, and I will add from our standpoint, when say you have a student that the family has asked for a mediation and they rejected the payment, during that mediation process, that is one of the questions that comes up is, did you reach out to your neighboring districts? Did you look at other modes of transportation before you made this decision? So it is something that the department would ask before it would go before the director.
Great, thank you. I think just commentary here. In some instances, like the reason this came up was Bishop Hartley. So maybe for me, the reason I was like, hey, yeah, there's 30 students. We have farther schools with less students. Why? So I think maybe when we do transportation in lieu of, I guess this will help us. But maybe going forward, there could be maybe a reason presented. This is why. Like we don't have their bell schedule, that kind of thing. It would help us as we're making our decision understand why. Because I was really concerned with what happened with Columbus City Schools, that we
Yes.
were in compliance, and I see a school 8 miles away with 33 students, and I'm just like, hey.
I can promise you that Heather probably gets more emails from me than she probably does her boss.
I
Thank
have
you
her
so
own
much.
folder. She has her own Teresa Ritchie folder.
So I made a promise to Smathers and to Grube when I got here that we would not get fined for non-compliance, and I'm not in the habit of breaking promises. So
And I just want to say thank you, Ms. Fridgie. That's definitely a testament to have DEW here backing you in your presentation and definitely validating that and seeing the growth in this area and how you're able to bring things down and break everything down in your presentation. So I just want to personally thank you for all your hard work, because we had a lot going on with transportation when you got here, and you've definitely done what needs to be done. So I appreciate that.
I know when I got here, you guys looked at me like I was crazy when I told you weren't going to get any more phone calls. And we have it.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right.
Any other questions?
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. On to board items. First up, we have the safety committee update.
Good evening, board. We had a district safety committee. We had about less than 10 people there. And to be honest with you, it was disappointing. And I know we have board members here that were a part of this committee. But we had a great conversation, and I wish more people could have heard it. We had Mrs. Scott come and present some first semester discipline data and compared it over last 5 years. And we looked at discipline incidents and then corrective action and numbers of those. She also went through a presentation about our discipline processes and procedures and how do we make decisions, how do we do investigations, what kind of evidence do we collect, what statements do we get, and how is it determined, if there's discipline action, how's that determined? And she's worked quite a bit with our building level principals and had an outstanding presentation and went really well, but I think the committee, the few that was there, had a really good discussion about what that was and what that looked like. I think it was eye-opening in some situations about some of our processes and procedures compared to what people think we have done in the past and with the new laws and procedures and what it looks like now. There's a couple members here that were a part of that committee, and I really appreciate it. I do want everybody to know that it is open and anyone can come. I send out reminders, and we also send out postings about when the meetings are. Our next meeting is February 26th, Wednesday at 6 p.m. right here in this room. And Ms. Gray and Mr. Bauer, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm just really pleased to have Jamie Scott present. That was very enlightening, and I will talk about that in the next, not the next topic, but the following topic too.
Okay.
Because she was very helpful.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really good dialogue. Thank you again, Jamie, for your presentation. Definitely eye opening, and seeing some of the statistics that you shared with us was good too. So thank you.
Yep. Any questions?
Yeah, I had heard through the grapevine, if you can help, there was a comment made about a discipline process or system that we can't afford to implement right now. Does that ring any bells?
We didn't talk about that.
What's that?
No, we didn't talk about a system, a discipline system, or anything that we can't afford.
Okay, thank you.
If you come up with what specifically that was, but there wasn't a program that we were talking about, but we did talk about our practices and our procedures and what we do as a district. And there's no certain program that we use.
Okay.
Can you think of anything?
I was trying to run through my head, and I don't remember that either.
I don't either.
Ashley?
Jamie?
I think it was like the need for social workers or more social workers maybe or something. Maybe.
I can talk about that. That we talked about advisory.
Do you mind going up to the mic? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So one of the things that we talked about last night at the parent advisory was building an alternative to suspension or expulsion program.
So that's not for the safety. That was
No, and that's something that has to be built. That's not a one size fits all that you can purchase. Plus, you need to make sure that you have very well trained staff to run that. So it would take a while to build it, and then it is. I mean, there is a cost to staff it as well because it is a different placement. Yeah.
But it wasn't like
It wasn't a program.
purchase program or
Yes,
something like that.
correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that help, John?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I'd heard there was something that it was expensive, and I just want to make sure we weren't telling anybody we didn't have money to put towards whatever initiative we're trying to work towards. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, on to item 2, diversity training options. So in here, there's a packet Dr. Green has put together for us with different options, and then I asked him to also give us availability. Looks like right now it is just for March, but I can ask that to be pushed out as well to April or May if we want to push it out based on our availability. But we can have some discussion on this. There looks like there are 5 different options. If you go to the second or the third page from the last page, looks like this. This provides a breakdown of each of the options, the cost for it, the time, and then also the availability for each one as well. So again, this is only for March, but I can ask Dr. Green to see if we can get dates available at a later date as well.
Yeah, I would rather have it in April myself because March is extremely busy for me.
Okay.
So is this for the board training?
Yes, this would be for the board diversity training.
I thought we were more focusing on boardsmanship and that instead of diversity and equity.
Well, we talked about doing diversity training, and then we have also talked about doing boardsmanship as well.
Do we have, are we also working on a timeline for boardsmanship, please?
Yes,
And that would be through OSBA, correct?
yes.
So I can get dates for boardmanship as well next month. I'll reach out.
And so originally, just for context,
Yeah.
this came up last calendar year. Communication was put out in regards to dates. Then things changed, and so then we had the new cycle, new organizational meeting, new leadership change. So that has been passed on. And then OSBA have been started their meetings January, February for all of their various committees and things now. So we should have some dates coming soon. But this was addressed the end of last year, and then holidays and things like that. So just for full context, it didn't fall off just with holidays and other things. It just did not. Either one of these didn't come up until or resurface until now.
So I can ask So I can ask Dr. Green for April dates if that works with everyone.
Just remember, we do have spring break the week of the 14th, so we may end up running into May as well.
Yeah, I'll ask for both. I'll ask for April and May, and then for OSBA boardmanship, I'll reach out and get dates for those for our March meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. In the meantime, in this packet, if you guys want to take a look, there's a brief synopsis of the different diversity training options as well. And then I'll reach out to Dr. Green. All right, on to item 3, Parent Advisory Council updates.
So I'll yield to Miss Libby.
Okay. So we had our fourth meeting, I think it is, fourth meeting, yesterday evening, and we had 2 presentations. One we had on communications and one we had on discipline. The meeting prior to that, we ended up breaking up the goals that had been set at the December meeting in set like leaders in different sections of it, so that they can gather information. But before we did that, any of the topics that we brought up, we wanted to bring like the communications director in so he could explain their current program and what he's looking at currently for the future, and the same thing with the discipline, because we want to make sure that parents are aware of this is the processes that we go through. So next month we meet on, I can't remember the date.
I think it's the 10th.
Okay.
I have March 10th on my
March 10th?
calendar. Yes, ma'am.
And we will be having a presentation on IEPs and also a discussion again on the discipline.
And just thanks to all the parents for coming out and being consistent, and our administrators for coming in and sharing.
So I have a couple questions about the parent advisory. It says council here, but isn't that supposed to be committee? That's supposed to be committee. When I was looking back through our meeting minutes, I did not see where any of the board members, the president had appointed any board members during the organizational meeting to the committee, which is something that's supposed to be done. Also, we were supposed to have set goals for that, the committees, and I didn't see where we had those set goals either. So I just want some clarification on those 2 issues.
So for the first issue that you mentioned, as far as the wasn't appointees, we actually did a resolution to adopt the committees. And we also reestablished that in October prior to starting. So if anybody wants to fact check and go back to our agendas, you'll be able to see that resolution. I think it's on our October meeting. I don't remember the date, but I can pull it. That was also provided in the Parent Advisory Committee binder that I believe Miss Lori and Dr. Green put together for the entire committee, those that came that day and had signed up. And during that meeting, myself and Libby volunteered to be the chairs, and Seth volunteered to be the alternate. So that's what happened there. As far as goals, as the chair, one of the chairs, we decided we wanted to wanted to hear from our parents. And our goal, if anything, was to hear what their concerns were and work on those items. So that is what we did. We did the whiteboard. We've got pictures of kind of my chicken scratch was chicken scratch, but we had that and turned those into buckets. Shared some of that back with the superintendent, who actually came to one of our meetings as well, just so we could kind of hash out and hear what parents were saying. That's what happened the very first two meetings. And then from there, the last two most recent was the kind of breaking out into work groups, seeing what they combine and report back, and then share with like Mr. Ty, who's our communications person. And as he's looking at, finally getting our website changed, at least we already had that feedback in the beginning versus on the end, we can be proactive versus reactive. So that is kind of where we are on that, and as far as clarity goes. So very
So,
welcome.
yeah, I appreciate that. I'll look for the purpose. Um, but our policy is very clear that the board president has to appoint those at our organizational meeting, any board committee. I was just wanting to make sure that we're following the policies that are put place that we're required to follow. That's all.
Correct. And that's why we also double checked to make sure there was nothing missing, and redid it again and make sure before we had our first meeting that that was there. And we double checked with legal counsel, Ms. Walsh, as well.
Oh, I don't think we need to go to the expense of
Well, when we're
reaching out to legal counsel. That seems a little extreme. I mean, it's just a matter of the board president saying Seth Bowers and Latoya Dowdellberger are the committee chairs. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just making sure that we're following the policies that we as a board are required to follow. That's all. I was just pointing it out. I didn't even notice it until I went back to look.
mhm.
Um, and and when you bring up the chair, that's another point. I know that the committee itself appointed a chair, and I was wondering what the purpose of of the parent chair, what their roles are supposed to be in that committee.
And so with this being the first committee, as I mentioned, the very first meeting, we were defining goals and direction first. Then before we really start working with Miss Ashley, if it's okay that she is our elected chair, she's here tonight. Thank you for being here, ma'am. And that's kind of where we are, really getting the groups set up first, and then we'll start talking about bringing her in. Folks can funnel through her information at some point if that's the course of the group itself. So we have not defined per se a direct role of a chair, because we've kind of had a little bit of fluidity with attendance, just a little bit, and wanted to identify the goals first in the work groups. So that is something that will be worked on, but this is our very first parent advisory committee. And the primary goal first was to establish goals, hear what they needed, what they wanted, establish who would be the chair. So when we're ready to execute in that manner, that person was already placed there. And the only reason for going to legal counsel, just because there's just been concerns here. So we always just sometimes double check and triple check to ensure that we're in compliance.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Let's move on to item 4, Student Advisory Committee updates. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
All right.
We had our elementary meeting, and we have one coming up February 25th. Um, we had a lot of fun that day. We had, how many did we have at that? It was almost about 24 kids. Um, they were all energetic. They all love pizza. I think 90% of them, when we ask them what their name and tell us what food is their favorite food. It was pizza, and it was a good thing we had pizza for them for lunch. But they gave us some ideas, and we're going to have a discussion on the 25th on ways that they can help each other with discipline and with controlling anger and using their voice in proper manner. So they want to work together to try to figure out how to handle that. And then the other one was iReady compared to what's the other? The no, no, they called it something else. I'd have to look up my notes. They call it, yeah. Let me see here. No. What was it? Boost. Yes. 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 So they have their opinions on it, and so they were going to go and talk to their fellow classmates and get their opinions on which they like best and what things they like and dislike about each of the programs. So it was surprising to hear them bring that up. The other thing that was very surprising was to hear that they were concerned about the use of YouTube, and they want to go to an educational YouTube, which is called SchoolTube, I think that was what it was called, because they feel like that some of the things that are being watched were just not appropriate. So for students to actually bring that up, I thought that was really good. So we had a lot of good discussion, and I'm looking forward to the 25th.
All right. Latoya and I did the high school student advisory. The next one is on February 27th. It's a Thursday. Really good conversations. We had, I don't know, it was a ton, 30 maybe, 30 kids that showed up. We went through the roles, appointed president and vice president, all of the officer roles, and then went through the Robert's Rules of Order as well. So if you want to piggyback on that, but it was good.
Went through that, and then we talked about some of their concerns, and they actually did their own nominations and elections. So we didn't appoint anybody. It was student led. That's one thing for us. We want to make sure we put that out there. It was student led, and we shared what we worked on and started on last year, and then what if they wanted to carry on anything for this year. I know they're excited about if we do the celebration of cultures night to be a part of volunteering for that. They're really excited about that, and also bringing pride back into the school and learning more about. It's the thing that came up last year again. It's the
Peer mediation.
not peer mediation. It's dealing with testing out. What is that called again? Flex credit. Definitely would like to see more communication in a campaign to where students understand flex credit better, as well as parents, because they don't feel that is out enough, that is an option until it's too late. And so that came up again this year. But they're really excited, on fire, and love their school, love their teachers, love their administrators. And I think the biggest thing is wishing that more people would see that part of the school versus what's on social media. That came up a lot during our conversation with the high school students. And then middle schools also the same day. So our next meeting is the 27th as well at a different time. And this time we had a lot of middle school students. So last time I was working with a very small handful, and they were all girls, which is great. And girls rock too, and so do boys. But this time I had a great mix of students, and it was great representation from all the buildings. So kudos to all the teachers that pushed the application, parents, as well as the administrators, because I definitely saw a difference this year. I think we all did with the applications when we looked at them and read them. Um, Kind of a quiet bunch, but they're normally quiet the first meeting, so I'm pretty sure February will be a little bit more. We went over Robert's Rules of Order, same thing. They did their own self nominations and went through that process, and are learning. And I'm trying to tie that back into what they're learning in the class, and how they can use these tools later, because they're kind of looking at me like it's not like high school. Middle school, they're like, huh, what? So it was cool. It was good, and they love pizza. They also shook, shout out to Mr. Mosier, they kind of shook him down for chips. So he had to cough up chips too. So it was a great. So thank you guys for coordinating and doing that. And we'll have more of an update on goals for them and share with the board at a later time. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, on to G, Superintendent's agenda. We'll start with department reports.
Okay, for department reports, I'll actually ask Terry to come up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and administration. My report stands as submitted. Only a couple announcements. This is Love the Bus Month, National Love the Bus Month. And we have 4 activities. We're asking the superintendent to send a letter to the community explaining the value proposition of the yellow bus. We have 3,000 Valentines going out to the K through 5 for them to write their personal thoughts on why they love the bus, their bus driver, why it's important. That is engagement with the children, which is very important. We also having an event, so we're inviting you again on the 21st to come, and they're going to have barbecue chicken and macaroni and cheese and all kind of good stuff at the facility. So we're very happy with that. So the whole idea of National Love the Bus Month is to reinforce the value proposition of the yellow school bus. I have a few suggestions in my report without going into detail. We've discussed them all. So do you have any questions for me?
When is the event on the 21st?
It's at 10 o'clock in the morning.
One more time.
I'm sorry, it's
10.
it's at 10 o'clock in the morning, right at the same time, same thing as that we did for Christmas with the tables and the chairs, and well, Teresa said we're not allowed to do trivia again because trivia got a little out of hand the last time. What we did find out is lots of drivers were really happy. I mean, they were excited about it was a school bus trivia, and of course, anytime you do trivia, you learn things. Let's face it, and it was a good one. She made me promise not to do trivia again, so you'll have to talk to her about that. And I do want to comment on how outstanding that presentation was you got tonight on payment in lieu of, only because when I go to school board meetings, that's a question everywhere. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Terry, you had me at barbecue chicken and macaroni and cheese.
Pardon?
I said you had me at barbecue chicken,
Oh yeah,
macaroni and cheese.
it's always good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the rest of the department reports, again, the new format where we kind of go over the highlights quickly. If you have more questions, I can call people up, but I won't read things to you. But you can see the human capital report, some of the things going on. To add a little specific to this, classified evaluations and contracts, HR put out the material and procedure and who's up for contracts and evaluations. Um, Wrap back is, I think maybe we talked about this before, but in my know Marcus put in his board updates that we had to add classified staff to the wrap back, which is getting, if we would get any hit on some type of a criminal activity. So we're getting that going. I would say we're ahead of the curve, but it's taking a while. I think we talked about the frontline implementation, and we're back a little bit later, but the goal implement is mid-March. And again, I said I wasn't going to read it to you, but I'm reading it to you, so you guys can you guys can look at the rest of those. Any questions on human capital? Okay, business operations. Again, there's 3 bullets, pretty self-explanatory from Dave. The one thing I guess I'll highlight, custodial staffing adjustments in progress. That might not seem like a big deal. That is a huge deal for us. We've eliminated the splits in our buildings. Those are always the least popular jobs. Oftentimes people bid in and take those and then they want to leave because you're split between 2 buildings. You don't really know where your home is. We've been able to do this by using our food service account and assigning some of the responsibilities for the food service to this. So we've been able to add staff without any impact to the general fund and eliminate those splits, which make the jobs more attractive and actually gives us better coverage at our elementary schools. Are the middle split too? Did we have middle splits? Okay, so the elementary and middle school splits are done. Our principals were ecstatic when we told them about this, so that's a great thing. Again, we're doing this at no cost to the general fund. Any other questions?
Yeah, could you explain that? It's awesome, but I don't understand how you did it. So
Okay.
We
So the food service fund can only be used for certain things related to food service, and you know we're doing universal lunch and breakfast now for all students, which we have increased participation. It's actually bringing in additional funds. You can prorate things that are specific to using food service. So when our custodians, um, if they're helping unload trucks, if they're helping do things in the kitchen, when they're doing lunchroom cleaning and things like that, things related to food service, we can pay a portion of their salary out of the food service account, which is a legitimate expenditure. We increase those splits to full time, and we're paying for that out of food service.
excellent. So shared resources is basically how you've done that. Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Okay. The next two are Adam.
Treasurer recommends the Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve the minutes for the December 9th Parent Advisory Committee meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Ms. Gray, Ms. Stutterberg.
Any discussion? Under roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Abstain.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Stutterberger.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Next item, the treasurer recommends the Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve the minutes for the January 7th special board meeting, January 7th organizational, and the January 13th regular board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right. I have
So those board meetings are all together as one item. I sent some changes to one or two of them, and I don't think those changes were made.
Were they sent to the board, Ms. Walsh,
We're
or
talking
just to
about
the
board-
treasurer?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said, were those changes sent to the board or just to the treasurer?
They were sent to the treasurer.
To me.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss an email, that's all.
And I got them, and I'm looking at them right now. Because I got them late last week, but I've been actually out of the office. The last 2 days been sick, so I will look at them for you.
They were sent on,
Thursday.
I don't know what day it is. The 6th, February the 6th.
Yeah, I was off on Friday, then I've been sick the last 2 days. So, yeah. But I will look at those.
But like on the action number 2025 for the January 7th organizational meeting, 5.2, it says Kathy agrees with one voice. I did not agree to one voice. I do not agree to one voice, so
I'll look at
that would need to be changed.
Okay, I'll look at them.
And there were some other things. Oh, in the January 13th meeting, I think, like Mr. Kirschner was there, at least I saw him online at the meeting when I watched it on YouTube.
Yeah.
And
He wasn't.
I think that's reflected.
he wasn't present, but when I was at a meeting, when I went to a meeting that way, it was noted in the minutes.
It is noted in the minutes.
it's
Via Google Meet.
yeah. It says
was
Mr.
it? I didn't
Kirschner is
see
on
it.
Google Meet.
Yeah, that's
I
noted.
missed it.
It's
Sorry,
noted.
Adam.
I'll look
And
at
then
I'll look at
I just want to say that I was at the meeting in executive session, not at the regular. and that was because of illness too.
I had also sent in notes about the January 7th meeting. There was an authorization. I sent this in a long time ago to the treasurer. There was an authorization to approve spending by the business manager, business director, for up to 75,000. And if you look at the minutes, there is no reference to that. There's only a reference to an, 8 and a 7, 8 and a 16. So, I kind of would challenge us to go through these and make sure they're complete. But I'd also, as I've stated for a long time, I'd also like to make sure they come to us as complete as possible. And with that in mind, after we're done with this, I would like to move that we make sure that we're keeping the recordings of the meetings and the ancillary documents on the same schedule that we're keeping our meeting minutes, because it seems to be some things seem to be slipping by. And if you were to look at our meeting minutes for January 7th, even though I brought it forward, it just appears that we didn't have any discussion about the business manager and the $75,000 spend, which was we did have good discussion, and I did share my reason for my vote, which I would like to always be reflected. And then also, if a person were to come back, and y'all can look at it and correct me if I'm wrong, but if a person were to come and look at our meeting minutes, they would have no knowledge that we ever voted in that direction.
Well, I think the board or everybody needs to look at our policy BBDG, and it says in that policy that meeting minutes contain sufficient fact and information to permit the public to understand and appreciate the rationale behind the board decision. And those are just simply missing from our minutes. But we've had this discussion before, so.
Okay, so we can postpone the vote for next month. That'll give Adam time to go through the meeting minutes. Is that fair? What's that? That's I just texted. Yeah.
Is there a motion to postpone?
Right, because we have to, at the next regular board meeting, we need to approve them, or
I'll make a motion to postpone the meeting minutes until the March regular meeting. March 7th, is that the date?
March 11th.
The March regular meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. Now I have lots of questions. There was a lot of side conversations, I'm sorry, that didn't show up here and I couldn't hear. I know we are supposed to approve the minutes at the next regular board meeting. Is that an issue, or are we fine with postponing, as far as you know, Adam?
Honestly, I don't know right off the top of my head. I mean, I know we need
Yeah.
to approve them at the next. That's in our board policy in the higher revised code.
Okay. Well,
So I mean, we've done it before. We've approved them. I can make the changes.
okay.
And leave it that way.
Then we can bring them back for modifications.
Yes.
Okay.
I would approve them. I'm gonna look at the changes because I sent you something on yours, John.
Yeah,
And I'll make the
and I'm
changes.
and I just want to reiterate, I am not trying to be difficult, but honestly, I've never seen it where it's so much work to get the minutes right, because we have them recorded, and I don't think it should fall on us with our limited resources when we have so much full-time staff. I think I would really appreciate it if the staff could go through and make sure, or bring a resource into the room and just get the minutes right. I am happy to make minor corrections, but I feel like it's too much of a rewrite a lot of times.
Okay. So we have two motions on currently. Let's go to the original motion to vote on the minutes as they are, and then we'll vote on the second motion.
And then the second motion will be Kathy's.
Yep.
So
Well, could
So-
we make a motion? Whatever.
Are we saying that we can't do the postpone, right? Is that what you're saying? Because I will withdraw
Correct.
that motion then.
okay, she'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
So just making it clear here, we are voting on the minutes and then he will bring those back modifications.
With modifications in March.
Correct.
And if we can just add that to the note, with the vote, if that's possible, that I guess that's where we all agree. So that's in the notes that, there are some changes, that we will bring these back with the updates at that time.
So, can you reread the motion then that we have?
Yeah, so I'm
and
putting,
include that in the motion.
okay, so I'm saying the treasurer recommends Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the minutes for the January 7th special board meeting, January 7th organizational, and the January 13th regular. But I will bring back modified minutes on March 11th, 2025 board meeting.
So moved, or
Second.
I don't.
Well,
We already have the first and second. It's
Yeah.
just, we're just,
so we need to roll
Thank
call.
you.
Yeah.
My
So
apologies.
so to clarify, Miss Gray is our first, Miss Dowdleberger is our second.
Yep.
and Ms. Walsh withdrew her motion, correct me?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Kirschner,
No.
Mrs. Dowdleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items as outlined on the attachment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Miss Gray is first, Miss Dowdleberger is second.
I think it's pretty straightforward unless there's any questions.
Are these the same, Mr. Superintendent, that we pass every year? Are there any changes to this document? Because I didn't have the other documents to reference it. Limited time.
This the
We're
certificated.
Yeah,
certified
this
employees.
is,
Oh, I'm
This is
sorry.
this-
I'm sorry.
that's right, that's right.
Never mind.
It's okay.
Skipped right through it.
You're fine.
It's a lot, so it makes sense. It's all good. It's all good, Kathy.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Dowdleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following non-certificated personnel items as outlined in the attachment.
So moved.
Second.
Miss Gray is first, Miss Dowdleberger is second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I do have a quick question, observation, and I should have mentioned it for the last one. We used to have the dollar amount in there, and now we have the step number. Can we have the dollar amount in there again? I mean, it's got the salary here for these, classified personnel.
Yeah, I
There's
normally
some
just
of them, but I
cross-
noticed that it's out on the certified. And I should have brought that up before we voted.
Yeah, and I don't maybe I crosswalk mine, so I guess what you'd like to save time, Kathy, is what you're thinking.
It has the dollar amount. I'm confused.
It's
I'm
got it on
looking
there,
Right there.
under
I
the,
see it.
under the salary. It's got the step and then the amount next to it.
Oh, on the
Oh,
supplement.
the supplement.
Supplementals. Okay. I'm like going, I see the dollar amounts.
Okay, for the
So it's for the supplementals.
Is that not the supplementals aren't like a quick chart, right? They're
No.
they're pretty
It's
diverse.
a calculation.
Yeah.
Not a quick chart. Yeah.
So is that hard to add or?
No, we can do it. Just take extra time.
We always had it in the past, that's why it just stuck out, you know?
Yep, we got it.
All right. Any other discussion? If not, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
Mrs. Dowdleberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. Ohio law allows for public school districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. The Transportation Department has completed studies, and residents in the affected areas will be offered payment in lieu for the 2024-2025 school year.
Oops.
The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation is attached as executive content since it lists students' names.
I so move.
Second.
I have Kirschner as first, and Ms. Stoutenberger as second.
And please note the date change.
Yep, I did it. I know it.
Any
And
discussion?
I hope you don't have questions because I think it's been explained better than
Right.
I can explain it.
Yeah, could we go through that again? No.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
Ms. Stoutenberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Eastland Fairfield Career and Technical School Satellite Program Unit Agreement and the Satellite Program and Academic Coursework Agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Ms. Stoutenberger as first, Ms. Gray as second.
So this is an annual one that we do, that is, the satellite program is the Eastland program that we house here. And this talks about the two agreements, talk about the course of study and just the basic overall agreement, how it works with us.
Any discussion?
Yeah, have there been many changes, or is this pretty much along the lines of what it has been?
I think it's pretty consistent with what it's been.
Thank you.
On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Stoutenberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following resolution authorizing our 2025-2026 membership in the Ohio High School Athletic Association as outlined in the attachment.
So moved.
So move. Second, I guess.
All right, Ms. Stoutenberger as first and Mr. Kirschner as second.
Got it.
Any discussion? On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Mrs. Stoutenberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the special education contracts with New Story and VIP Rehabilitation Services LLC as outlined in the attachments.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Stoutenberger as first and Ms. Gray as second. Any discussion?
Yeah, all the information is blank. That dollar amount, there's no information on this document. Unless I'm missing it.
For the first contract for News Story, I can get that updated for you. That is a placement for a student on an IEP currently. So I can get the dollar amount if that's necessary and get that all updated and get that resubmitted if you need it. Okay, any other questions?
And that's just
News-
basically broken out on the hourly cost that would be determined by what the student IEP requirements are to
Correct.
meet those.
Yes. Yeah. And services that are needed based on the IEP.
And that's what we did last time,
Correct.
if I remember correctly. Thank
Yes.
you.
Is there a simple not to exceed number?
I'd have to look specifically at the contract. It's usually a very similar amount to what we've had in the past, but I'd have to look at the exact language to determine that. I don't think that's in there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my closed captioning cut out and I didn't.
I
hear
don't
it.
think that exact language is in the contract, but I'd have to double check.
Okay, thank you.
It does have on number 7
It is
under
on
compensation. It does have the amount.
Right.
And it talks about the per school year on line 7.
The news story, what did they used to be called something else, didn't they?
I think they were Hogland
Hogland.
potentially in
Okay,
the past,
yeah,
and then it
yeah.
changed in the
Okay,
story
I
a
knew
couple
that.
years ago.
I kind of thought that was a new name for them, last couple years maybe.
Correct, it is a new
Okay.
name, but yeah,
Yep.
they've had other placements in the past. Yes.
Yep.
Any other questions or discussion?
You don't anticipate much cost difference from previous years, is that true?
I don't from previous years, and we have other students that are there now. It would just be a matter of looking at the IEP, but most students receive comparable services anytime we send a student there. So speech, OT, PT, maybe adaptive phys ed, but it would all be a comparable price.
Thank you.
Welcome. Anything else?
If anything, maybe add the fee schedule, like if instead of necessarily updating the contract, if there's a fee schedule
Okay.
that kind of breaks that down, just attach that and we can update board docs so that it ends up available to the public. I think that would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the supplemental job description lead nurse.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Ms. Gray as first, Ms. Stoutoberger as second. Any discussion?
Well, I just would share that this is a job description literally for the name lead nurse to have someone kind of lead the charge with our nursing services and making sure we're implementing everything that we need to do.
And so when I was looking at that, the biggest thing is kind of like making rounds throughout the district from a medical, licensed medical professional realm, correct? Is that what I'm gathering?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I see it right. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Could you restate that for me, please?
I said based off of the job description provided that this person would serve as a licensed medical professional to make rounds to all of our buildings to ensure we're in compliance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did have one question. Are you all done? I'm sorry.
I believe so. I don't know. You're good, Mr. Kirshner. Did I get you good?
Yes.
Perfect.
Did we? I'm sorry. Have we yet had a motion and second on? Yeah. Okay. Great. So did we get feedback from the nursing staff on the creation of this? Excellent. Thank you.
I shook my head and the answer was yes.
Yes. That works better anyway. I can see that. Thank you.
I think the only additional question I would have, I know it's not all listed here, so I'm going to yield to Mr. Group, Mr. Trace. I would assume that they would be responsible for performance evaluations, or they're just here just to make sure it's oversight from a program perspective, not a people perspective. Okay, thank you.
Do you think there's an opportunity here? I kind of hope there is for this person to also try to assist us in making sure that as much as possible, our aides are actually medical field people.
I think the main focus here with this is that when you have a professional development day that Carol and Mike put together for our teachers, that is specifically for teaching and learning. What we'll be able to do with this lead nurse is we would be able to bring in our educational aides and actually have them get trained, our educational aides, our health assistants, and our other nurses. So they'll be able to provide professional development for them, specific professional development. I think that's the key to this whole supplemental.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My question had to do with and coordinate the needed supplies and equipment for the health clinic. Could you explain which health clinic? Is that primary one or?
No, that is for the individual clinics in each school building to make sure that what we're ordering is what we need, it's what's allowable by state standards, and just making sure that the inventory is appropriate and complete.
So it should be health clinics plural, so one for each school for all of them. Yeah, okay.
Last question. Who does this person report to?
Me.
You, Ms. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion?
Point of clarification. I'm sorry. Closed captioning is messing up. It sounded like you said they were going to report to you. Could you restate?
No, I asked who would this position, who does it report to? And Miss Scott said me.
Oh,
I didn't. Miss Scott did.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right, on to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Dutterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Mr. President, I would like to ask for a short 5-minute break before we go into this next thing.
Sounds good. You want to make the motion?
Okay, motion for a
Yeah, we
short
do.
break.
We do. We do.
For a 5-minute break, yes.
We do.
Okay, I'll second it.
All right.
On to roll call.
Mr. Kirshner,
Aye.
Mrs. Dutterberger,
Aye.
Ms. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right.
You second, Seth, right?
Yeah, I second it. It is 8:26. We'll resume at 8:31. Somebody actually woke up Paul. Really? Is it really what?
So Paul is an early riser.
Oh, somebody woke up Paul.
Casey Adams.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I bet. He called me too. He got the same call about it.
He's like, don't come this way.
Well,
That's the first time Paul wasn't already up.
so the rec center is we can do warming. It can be a warming place, and then a shelter if needed as well. And so he was giving me the heads up if people couldn't get into the area, they might send them over our way for just to stay warm until it's time. So yeah, you got the same. I'm like, oh no. Whenever I get a 3 a.m. phone call from Steve, right? It's not good. I just wanted your dad's been a month off, so I know. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I know you wouldn't believe this, but in my family, I had that good extortion.
Okay.
My brother and sister, like, my brother beat glass and died before he told me their son was in jail. He was just like, was not like, hospital. This is, I mean, getting your kid in a hospital. When all they want to do is push you out. Push you out. They look at him, he's 98, so. Your teacher can and he's still sharp as a tack. Yeah. It's been some rough. Sounds like this is, yeah. Well, I'm sorry. And my mom, the reason this all happened, she reads the side effects of everything, and then she tells doctors to put the medicine in her mouth. She got to take off. This is the second track of this medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an acre. He'd be running around. We're not really, there's buddies on it.
That's amazing though. 90, 98.
Yeah, that's good. We're down to 100,000. So, I mean, they brought him to the house.
Oh, I don't think you guys should have bought five. I just brought this in case there's questions, so I can
I
search.
appreciate that very much.
Right. Have everyone back? Paul?
Get to your seat.
he enjoyed that too much. Look at him. He's like,
I was gonna say, Jamie, he's out of his designated area. What discipline is that one?
Send me home, please.
All right. Is everyone ready?
Check
All right.
1, 2.
Check.
Are we
Yes,
good on
Kathy,
back
you good?
online, Nate? Okay.
check one.
All right. It is 8:33 and we are back in session. Sorry.
Okay, so our next item, we're going to go over the proposed changes and additions to the program study. This is the first read. Carol's going to take us through. As you saw in your packet, you have a red line version, you have the new version, and I think you're going to kind of go over and highlight the differences and maybe a couple other changes.
Yes, I will
Not
explain.
trying to steal your thunder. Go ahead.
Okay. I wasn't going to explain like every single change that was made. I was going to tell you the process that we did that happened so that you can kind of understand where we got to where we are now. So when we returned from winter break, the teachers met with departments, and when I looked over the program of studies from last year, we kind of, and I looked at it with the admin team at the high school, there was, you could tell this description was done 1 year and this description was done another year. And so different pieces were added probably many years. And so what I asked each department to do was, one, make any recommendations for edits that they thought was necessary, but two, to update their course descriptions so that there was some consistency, at least within their department.
If there's a test that went along with it, if it was a state test, if it was a web exam for one of our CTE courses, that we put that in the course description. So not only the students know it, but the families knew it as well. So that was the first task. And then after that point, I sat down with high school guidance counselors and high school admin, looked at every single recommendation that each department made. Some of them we were able to make the changes. Others, maybe there was a change to prerequisite that we couldn't make the change because it would impact too many students and we wouldn't have enough electives for a freshman to take. Or so we had to look at each individual recommendation for a change. So what you'll see in your two documents, and I think we killed a couple trees with printing these. The two documents, the one I did the red line, you're going to see a lot of red because they changed the courses, the course descriptions. It doesn't mean you may see, for example, algebra. I'm just picking a class here. Algebra 1 lab. They didn't cancel the course, but they may have changed the description. So the original description is crossed out, but then underneath it, you will see the new one. So that's where you're going to see a lot of red. Doesn't mean that things were crossed off completely. It's just descriptions were changed. The blue that you're going to see was actually just for me to make certain that I copied it over into the new format. If the big packet that you have is the brand new format, really tried to make this more user friendly for students and their families. I think the first one, they would get sent a PDF, and I'm not certain how much students would really use it. Now there's links when you go into it. If you're using the digital copy, families can click on the page numbers, and it's going to take them directly to the table with that department. Then they're going to click on that page, and it's going to go to course description. They click on Cruiser, and it goes back to the table. So really try to make it more user friendly for students to use as they're making these decisions. Any specifics, Mr. Groves? Did I hit everything that you needed me to, or any other specifics?
Yeah, I don't have anything. I mean, we'll see if the board has any questions or for clarification, but I guess I would say, just on the general layout and design, outside of the information that's in it, I do feel like it's a much easier to pull information friendlier with color and graphics and things like that. It's not just a book of words. It has some design to it.
And the very first thing I checked, I started making the changes. I'm like, I better make certain they don't make a copy of this for every kid, because Adam Collier would have probably strangled me because of the colored copy. So they don't make a copy of this for every student. They send it to the students in email, and the students have access to it that way. So it's a digital copy that they get. So I wanted to make certain that those links were active. I found that when we come back for the second read, there's one course that I know that I accidentally and copied and paste, I left off. So there's going to be an additional College Credit Plus course when we come back the next time, but I'll make sure to highlight those and point those out to you when we come back. So,
do you want to just quickly go over the change of having both the regular and the honors course, not exclusively just the honors?
Yes. So when you look through some of the courses, you're going to see there's a few courses where honors is scratched out. We're not eliminating honors courses. Those were cases where it was what we would call a single. It didn't have, so for example, we have English 10 and honors English 10. So to have honors in most school districts, you also have to have the regular English. So in those cases where there was, like, for example, there was an honors statistics, there wasn't a regular statistics. So we're still offering the course. Now, if the department then reflected and said, you know what, we can do two different levels of this, we can do statistics and we can do honor statistics, then that would be something that we would offer to kids. So we're not eliminating honors opportunities. It's we're still having those courses, but that designation happens when you have two levels.
So that's determined in the classroom?
The department could determine. So let's say the department determined, hey, we want to go ahead and do a regular statistics and an honor statistics. The department could offer to do that.
But
And
it
then
wouldn't be in here.
it's
showing.
not in there right now. If they decided to do that, I mean, we could, they could bring that to us. They'd have to look at staffing, look at what the interest would be. But just wanted to,
That's just at a later
yeah.
date.
And what that honors designation does when you have two different levels, when you take the honors class, so that means it's harder, it's more advanced than the regular, it gives a higher GPA.
Right.
So without having both, it's hard to give that higher GPA when you only have the one.
Gotcha. Okay.
So.
I am glad to see you're bringing French 3 back.
Yeah, and I think there's quite a bit of interest. We'll see. They're getting course requests for it. So, they're starting that scheduling process. So, yeah, we have students, we had quite a few in French too this year. So I think, we have that interest again.
We had to do that online. That was not fun.
Oh, no.
That was, yeah.
Okay.
So do both of the programs have approximately the same information in them? It's just a different format? Because I was wondering that because there's like the old program's 82 pages and this one is 134.
It's
So
because of the spacing. And it just kind of, yes, it's the same information. So I basically went from page 1 and copied everything as we went, made the edits that the department suggested. The reason it's more, there's more pages. It's just the spacing. It's not all compacted on a page as much. It's spread out a little bit more. If you notice, the tables are larger for the students to look at. So it's just spread out more.
yeah,
Yep.
that's going to increase the cost of them. How many? What is that cost increase? Gonna
It's
be?
that's what I said. We aren't printing them. It's
Okay.
all digital.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
It's just going to be digital. You're not going to have a printed copy at all.
They may have a few at the school, but they email it to all the students, and the students have their Chromebooks. They're able to access it, and that's why with all I made active links so they can move throughout the document quickly and easily.
Okay, I missed that.
That's okay.
So, thanks, Carol.
You're welcome.
Carol, do we send this out to parents as well?
To be honest, I don't know if we email that to them. I will once we have. I don't know. I think we'll still put the draft online. I think we did last year. Maybe we need to check so that parents have access to it.
And if maybe if it came from the building, just so parents
Yeah.
know that the students got it in the event they don't want to share it with said parents about the options and they don't want to be pushed.
I know we always post it and have it available for them online. Yep. You're welcome.
Thank you.
No problem.
One question. So you'll have the updates for March, and then that's when we vote on that's when we do the final vote next board meeting.
Correct.
Right, Mr. Group? Okay, I
Yep.
just wanted to make sure we knew our next course of action, and if we need to, I guess I may actually go back up there. If we have any additional changes or anything, what time frame do we have to get with you, Mr. Group, and Ms. Morpitzer to make any changes so that we're ready for the March meeting and to get the draft for us?
I'm getting a few, like I said, I had the one error that I realized that it just didn't copy over. I've already have that added, ready to go and highlighted for you. So if there's other changes that the department gives, I will have that as well. What are you saying for your suggestions?
For feedback
Sorry.
from us, like any questions or suggestions or anything we need to get with you, what would be a good time frame to get that so we can still meet our normal schedule to what would be the latest?
I think as long as I just need any suggestions or questions that you may have, I would need to talk with the high school administration, counselors, and teachers. So I know we usually give you that, the draft date or the draft agenda. I think maybe by then that would give me time to then talk to the departments and the high school admin team.
So like no later than the 28th of February, because our board meeting, our next regular board meeting is March 11th. Then if we did the 28th, that still gives a week for changes, and at least you would have any of those updates.
Yes, that would give time.
Is that
Yep.
fair? Does that make sense to everybody? Did the closed captioning pick that up okay? I just hope I wasn't going too fast. So what I said was I was asking Ms. Morpitzer how much time would she need if we had any additional suggestions or questions, and then if there's any modifications that need to be made, let's kind of map out a drop dead date or deadline for her to have that. And then she shared she has another step by going back to the high school team to ensure we're good, right?
Yeah, I would want to, anything that would be discussed or suggested, I would want to run that by the high school team, just because there's just different things how it could impact the entire master schedule.
So yeah,
And so with that, then maybe the date that I was proposing the 28th, and she was saying that would still
that
give
would
her
work.
enough time, you know, the following week, like between that Monday to Wednesday, the March 3rd through the 5th, to still meet the time frame to get the final
Yep.
thing
at
for
that
review for us to vote on the following.
and at that point, anything that is new for all of you, I will highlight it in bright yellow, so you know that's the new stuff you do have to pay attention to.
So basically, we're gonna have 3 weeks. The first week right here, then you're gonna do another one and bring it to us and give it to us, and then no.
It won't be an entire, I think you will vote at the next meeting, but if there's something and you have questions and you look over, you know, or like I said, I'm adding that, it's already in the course of, it was in the program of studies this past year and it just didn't get transferred over. And then I'll put that in the highlight. So it's not necessarily another read, but you will want to look at those highlighted sections.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
as a courtesy, we're just gonna make sure we as a board will get you your updates from us by the 28th.
The suggestions but the draft, that first draft. And that's the 28th, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
That would give me time to touch base with the high school team. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, final item on the superintendent agenda is discussion. This legislative update. This is, I think, a new thing we added to the agenda. I took legislative summary. If you look back in the packet, there is the proposed budget, what Governor DeWine put out last week, and what his recommendations were. And then the rest of this were some lame duck items that took place. House Bill 8, the Parents' Bill of Rights and Religious Release Time. Just a summary of those. House Bill 70 is over-the-counter drug policy. House Bill 206, the expulsion bill that's been in the media and television. And if you look, I put this on there. The budget, the first one is a budget proposal, and there's a process that goes through for that. House Bill 8, as an example, was signed into law on January 8th. The over-the-counter drug policy was signed into law December 19th. The expulsion bill January 8th. So these were passed and acted on with the lame duck. The bullet points kind of give an overview of what these are. I thought I'd just open this up for discussion. I will say that I sit on the BASA, which is our state superintendent organization legislative committee, and some of our recommendations specifically to the budget, since that has not been passed yet. In the governor's proposal, he's talking about phasing in the final years of the Fair School Funding Plan, but he wants to freeze the inputs at the fiscal year 22 level. We would ask that you update those numbers to the updated, phase it in and use the up-to-date numbers. And then it talks in there about other things with the reducing funding guarantees. Another thing that we're recommending from the superintendent's organization as it relates to some of the transportation things we're talking about tonight is to create a people transportation working group to work on transportation. Ohio is actually one of the few states that the public schools transport to the charters and non-pubs. In a lot of other states, transportation is handled differently, either through co-ops or funding, and transportation goes to the charters and non-pubs to do their own transportation. But the other thing is to increase the weights in transportation formula for non-traditional riders. Non-traditional riders require some type of special transportation. If it costs us more, that there would be correlated funding to go along with that. House Bill 8, the Parents' Bill of Rights and Religious Release Time. Adam, Jamie, Paul, and I sat in on a statewide webinar this week about this, and in the summary, it doesn't talk a lot about the religious release time. That's part of it, but I think the work that we have is all about notification, authorization, communication. If there are complaints, concerns, how you address that, um, and certain things that are prohibited. So, Jamie, I don't know if you want to come. Am I missing anything on this? I'm just trying to give a quick 30,000-foot view.
Yeah, no, those are the biggest things. And what you have included in the packet are the heaviest hitters for each of those.
And then you can step here if you want. The House Bill 206 expulsion bill. That is, it's creating a greater authority for superintendents that allows expulsions up to 180 days for imminent and severe endangerment. And if you'd like, there was a Channel 4 did a story on this. It kind of walks through, and there are possible extensions to that, and it requires certain things like getting support or rehabilitation as a general term. And if they're not doing that, the expulsion can be extended. Again, there's a lot of things about notification, a lot of things about planning for the student to re-enter the school at some point. And something else, and I missed this the first time I read it, it says requires superintendents to develop a plan for the continued education of the expelled students within 15 school days, and then after the beginning of the expulsion, and that's for 10 days with students with IEPs. So there's going to probably be a lot more to come of this. I'm sure we'll have some policy impact down the road, and sometimes when the laws are written, we don't know exactly what it means or what it looks like until there's some further guidance and working through. So it's, I always hate to say that things are complicated because it shouldn't be, and it sounds like it's an excuse. But the reality is, oftentimes things get complicated. It's never just clean as it's like a yes no answer.
Yeah, and with several of these, the required board action isn't until July 1st for the updated policies. And we've already reached out to OSBA to see where they are with drafts and if there are going to be any specific board decisions that have to be made, or if it is just a blanket type policy. But like Mr. Group was saying, in House Bill 206, it has all of this information, and then there's an add-on for anti-seizure medication can now be treated like inhalers. So, you know, there are these little things that are embedded that it's kind of deceiving when you look at the name of the law or the bill, how it started. So
Yeah, when I was reading through this, I thought I cut and pasted it wrong, that was part of the over-the-counter drug bill, but instead the inhaler things were in the expulsion bill.
yeah, super strange.
But you'll keep us up to date on what OSBA. I mean, they should be giving us guidance
Absolutely.
on this. All right, thank you.
Can I ask a question on the first one with Governor DeWine's press conference? You talked about reduced funding guarantees to certain districts. What exactly is that?
Adam, do you want to answer that?
So there are some,
When I say it, you see that it's like
there are some
no
districts.
guarantees.
There are some districts that have lost students over the years, and they're still in the same guarantee. So what they're saying is, okay, if you had 1,000 kids and now you're down to 600, you probably shouldn't be getting the same money because you should have less teachers because you have less kids. That's what they're going after. That's why our name was not on that list. Our name's not on the list.
Okay,
But a lot of the rurals,
sure.
a lot of the rurals are losing kids, and so that's what they're talking about.
One of the things that's anticipated in the moving forward in the future, not part of the lame duck session, is that there's going to be discussion about property tax with all the reassessments that took place and districts that are on the floor. Um, we don't know what it might be, but it's highly likely that there's going to be some type of property tax adjustment. In other words, so when we pass millage and values increase and there's the rollback, the phantom revenue, when districts get to the floor and you're on that base millage, I think there's discussion about either adjusting or doing something to the floor because um, they don't want the floor to cause increases in taxes, if that makes sense.
We're very close to being at the 20 mil floor. We're like 20.18. Very close to the floor. We're like 20.1. We're at 20.1 something.
Any questions for me or Jamie?
I can't hear you, John.
Yeah, put your mic on, Mr. Kirshner, please. No problem.
Forgot to push the button. Is any initial thoughts on the drug policies? Obviously, we don't want kids walking around with their own, and I'm just curious what the initial thoughts are.
So with this policy, the way I understand it, it's not that the kids have access to carry it as much as we are able to have it in the clinics and employees are able to administer it. In the past, there have been districts that have allowed it through their policy with parent permission, and you have to be able to identify exactly what the over counter is, bring it in, and then the parent can sign consent for it to be administered within the clinic. And this is kind of regulating that and allowing that to happen across the board. Some districts have been very hesitant to do that in the past, while others have been okay with the parent permission and then bringing it in. So this kind of regulates that a little bit more.
So I imagine that's something we're going to have to craft very carefully, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, it's definitely with parent permission and those sorts of things. I appreciate having the flexibility because sometimes, kids just need a Tylenol for a headache or something like that. And when the parents allow it, and then they have to leave work if we don't have it here and bring it in and those sorts of things. So I think there are definitely opportunities for us to do this correctly.
I think even though this is on its own, if you look back at House Bill 8 and the Parents' Bill of Rights, the first 3 or 4 items on there talk about parent authorization, prior authorization for any type of behavioral health services, and making sure that the parent is aware. So I think even though we would do it on our own for this as a standalone bill, based on House Bill 8, there's going to be requirements that did we lose? I thought we lost power there for a second. I guess the lights are still on. But authorization to parents that they have notice about what's available and what can happen.
Absolutely.
And we're, I think, Jamie and I've talked about this. We're obviously, even without this, big proponents that parents are aware of what's going on. We're not just going to unilaterally do something with kids.
Yeah, I mean, even currently with behavioral health services and those sorts of things, we don't do passive consent. We actually get parent consent for participation. So we have already been implementing those guidelines even prior to this bill being issued.
And as I get updates, I can include those in my weekly board update. And I don't know, as maybe we'll save the bigger items as things change or impact us to talk about at board meetings. Otherwise, just an update status I can put in the weekly update.
Thank you.
And that might not be every week, but as the information comes out, I can include it.
That sounds good. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that update. On to the treasurer agenda.
The first thing we'll talk about is my treasurer's report. Thank you. So as you can see, the first page, January's numbers came in almost January's numbers came in almost $4 million revenues, about 7.5 expenses. But again, as I've said many times, we get 2 positive months, and the rest of them are all negative. But again, from my November 5-year forecast, I still like my numbers. We came in a little bit better in January than I anticipated. I anticipated like a $3.8 million deficit, and we were 3.65. So about 150,000 better than I expected. So next one is just my chart of receipts. As again, you can see most of the state foundation, and then we have some other areas, which is interest revenue, some other taxes that come in. Expenditures 76.4 in personal services, and then the retirement insurance, very normal. And then the change in prior year actually was pretty good revenue wise. I mean, pretty consistent. Even expense wise, besides the salaries going up 311,000 from last year, everything else pretty consistent from last year. So, and that's probably why the revenue numbers or my numbers were a little bit better. So, next thing is my district savings report. So we added one item, maintenance fund to the 034 fund. This is our the half mil led to you guys back in 18. For the last 3 years, we weren't using all the stuff we could use for it, so I helped the general fund out again by moving lower $36,000 to be used out of the 034 fund. That is legal to do. It's like all of our maintenance, roofing, and fire engineers and stuff like that. So it saves the general fund so far this year $177,702 just this year. Next thing I need an action item. The treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison School Board of Education accept the cash donation in the amount of $2,000 to Groveport Elementary 5th grade COSA trip.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray as first and Ms. Dowdleberger as second. Any discussion? On to roll call, please.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Duddelberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And then the last thing I have
Thank you
is
to the Davis family.
Yes, thank you to the Davis family.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last thing I have is the treasurer recommends the Groveport Madison Board of Education approve the BOR resolutions.
So moved.
Second.
Have Ms. Gray as first, Ms. Dowdleberger as second.
Is there?
Any discussion?
Do you have to read the full? Or is that just the only thing you would need to read for recommendation? We don't need to read these. I was making sure I was.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Thanks.
So these are resolved.
Or they're going to be resolved. But these are only companies that we don't go after residents.
Right. Correct. Okay.
And then once we're done, what's the next step after this? Just so we can.
Well, once we get this, then we use Rich and Gillis.
This gives us the, and
this
then
gives them the power to go after.
And then you'll give us a follow-up one with the outcome.
Yeah, once we get them.
Thank you.
And that may take a month or 2 or 3. It may take a while. Yeah.
Any other discussion? On to roll call, please.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Duddelberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, on to executive session.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adjourn to executive session for the purpose of considering the employment, compensation, and discipline of a public employee in accordance with ORC 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray is first, Ms. Dowdell is second. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Stoutenberger,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes. It is 9:05 and we are going into executive session. It is 1:26 and we are out of executive session. On to item K, board items. The board recommends approval of the resolution to authorize treasurer's contract through fiscal year 27 through fiscal year 31 and addendum to fiscal year 26 pursuant to the terms and conditions as set forth in those agreements. And I would like to make a motion to modify the paragraph 10 severance pay, the sentence that says additionally, should the treasurer leave the district's employment for any reason at the end of the current contract on July 31st, 2031, he shall be entitled to severance pay on the same terms as set forth in the preceding sentence. That should be modified to additionally, should the treasurer leave the district's employment for any reason at the end of the current fulfilled contract on July 31st, 2031, he shall be entitled to severance pay on the same terms as set forth in the preceding sentence.
Second.
All right.
Yep, so this is the motion to change number 10.
Correct.
So filled.
Yep. All right. Roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner?
I second it.
All right, thank you. Discussion, please.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't understand the purpose of entering into a contract if we can't make it through a contract. If we're gonna go back and change the terms of the contract, why have a 5-year contract? We might not even make it 3 years. It's 1:30 in the morning and we spent, and who thought that we would get through the evaluation of a treasurer and contract negotiations and not be here till 1:30 in the morning? It should have been split into 2 things. And then finally, we wasted so much time on, in my opinion, a negotiation that never was. Thank you.
Are we voting on anything right now?
Yes. Or we're on discussion right now.
Because we have an amendment.
Correct.
Voting on the
They just
amendment.
read it.
Well, I move that we postpone the contract, voting on the superintendent's contract until the April
We are
8th
wrong.
meeting.
Treasurer,
Oh, I'm sorry, not April. June meeting, the June regular board meeting,
Okay, so your motion is
to postpone the voting on this contract until the June regular meeting.
the June regular meeting.
June regular
Second.
meeting. And that was first by Kathy and second by John.
Any discussion? On to roll call, please.
All right, so
Well,
we're good on that one first.
Yes.
Okay.
I actually just had discussion. Just
Oh, sorry.
I definitely hear my colleagues, and I know that there's a lot of differences of opinion on our board, but we did talk about a lot of the time to renew is March, 1 March, the things that are coming down and the current openings that we have. So I definitely understand the motion that Ms. Walsh has given and Mr. Kirshner has seconded, but there are, I just wanted to add that for context, about the renewal time frame or deadline that's up, and then the amount of vacancies that are open, and the need for seasoned treasurers in the Central Ohio area. So just wanted to add that for comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Well, it just seems like this board wants to make one bad decision after another, and delaying this would be an opportunity to reevaluate this contract.
Okay, so if I may, I definitely again hear what my colleagues are saying, but there was additional time. We've had a lot of time to review since earlier in January and things. So if we needed additional comments or changes, we did have time to do that, or for that to be presented, or reach out to the president to maybe schedule special whatever, or contact the president for any clarification. So I definitely understand, and I definitely want to for us to refrain from looking dysfunctional. So comments like that, unfortunately, do so. That is definitely the opinion, but we don't have to agree. We don't have to agree, but I definitely want to point out that we did have time, and if there were changes or concerns, that those could have been mitigated prior to tonight.
I would have to totally disagree with that. I mean, that's a lot of words for one little thing, but okay.
All right, any other discussion? On to the vote on Kathy's motion, please.
So we're voting on postponing the voting on the contract with June meeting. That's what we're voting on now.
Correct.
Mrs. Walsh,
Yes.
Mrs. Gray,
No.
Mr. Bauer,
No.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
No.
and Mr. Kirschner.
All right, motion fails. On to the motion to amend the contract language pursuant to paragraph.
And and this is the fulfilled to the contract.
Correct.
And this is first by Seth, second by Latoya.
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh. This is to.
Can you please read the motion,
Yep.
please?
The board recommends approval of the resolution to authorize treasurer of the contract fiscal year 27 through 31 and the addendum for the 26 pursuant to the terms and conditions set forth, and also number 10 severance pay added fulfilled contract. That's all this is. This is just
Yeah,
the fulfilled
no.
part of it.
I'm going to say no.
No? Okay. So Ms.
I
Walsh
don't know
says,
I don't understand what the 26% of the term condition is.
I didn't say, I said fiscal year 26. Fiscal year. Oh, you're close, gosh, sorry. It's fiscal year 26.
Oh, fiscal
Fiscal
year.
year 26.
It says 50%.
Sorry, no. It's just fiscal year
Severance
26.
pay.
So this
Yeah,
is just,
I guess, yeah.
yes? Okay. So Ms. Wells said yes. Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Yeah. Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
No.
Motion passes.
We're not done.
Now we have to do one more. We have to do the one more.
I've got to be in Mansfield
Yep,
at 9 o'clock
continue.
in the morning. Keep going.
All right. So now we need to vote on the board recommends approval of the resolution to authorize treasurer's contract through fiscal year 27 through fiscal year 31 and addendum to fiscal year 26 pursuant to the terms and conditions as set forth in these agreements.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray as first and Ms. Dowdellberger as second. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to make a lot of motions, but I'm not going to. This is a large amount, it's a big contract, and negotiation of, this is a contract that was brought to the board by all the little numbers were filled out by the treasurer, and there were, they should have changed, it should have been negotiated.
Any other discussion? On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh?
No.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
No.
Motion passes. On to item L, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second. All right, I have Ms. Dowdellberger as first. I am second. Roll call, please.
And that was Latoya and then Seth, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Mrs. Walsh? Adjournment?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mr. Dotterberger?
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
135.
At 1:35, we are adjourned.
the detailed agenda, not the